and good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. Hey, Free Heathen, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well today. I saw that you were doing some, I think it was Dark Star stuff earlier today, doing a little bit of painting and stuff. Um, I I wasn't able to jump in and say anything really because I was sitting there in meetings, but yeah, it was definitely pretty cool watching you do some painting and playing around some. Uh, Many meetings as of late. Nick, I have not received any interesting, cool, fun stuff in the mail. Don't know if I was expecting to or if you were just, you hadn't heard me say, yeah, I received a package from KB3D today. Yeah, nerdy stuff. Yeah. I will tell you that I did like slice up my finger some because you may see there's something a little shinier over here. So I got in some 1/4 inch ACM, right? So I cut it out and I ran downstairs today. I ran outside, I kid you not, for like 5, maybe 6 minutes today. Went out to the garage, moved the planer out of the way, pulled the table saw out, set it up, plugged it in, made 2 cuts to cut that ACM panel to size. Came back inside and was drenched, like it was running off my head, sweat. It was 91 degrees at that point. Right now it still says it's 92, but if I look at the, let's see, the actual weather today, 92 degrees. Come on, where's the rest of it? 92 feels like 96 with the humidity, and that is now at 6 p.m. It was stupid crazy earlier. So we were in a heat advisory today, and I think it goes into like tomorrow. Um, and that's the day I decide, hey, let me go stand outside and cut an ACM panel. And then I brought it in, laid things out, and drilled holes, deburred it, and I've got the ACM panel on there right now, attached with some M5 like flat, what do they call them, ultra flats or whatever. Um, these types of flat screws, furniture screws is I think what they kind of refer to them as. So I put it in there with that, and so now we have a deck panel. So tomorrow, Evil Diesel's going to come over, and we're going to put black box up here. We got to bring them upstairs and put them here, which means I need to get this. The RatRig will most likely be up on the table, and then I'll have to move Milo out of the way, and we'll bring black box. So black box will be taking a perch over here in the future. And I'm going to have to do some more cleaning and rearranging and stuff. But making progress. We're going to have all of our cool printers up here soon. So thank you. Hey, Slab Stations, welcome on in. But yeah, today, talking about cool printers, we're going to continue to work back on the RatRig. One thing I did notice sitting here, Nick, it was funny because I placed an order to KB3D and he called me yesterday. And I was like, why is KB3D calling me? I just placed an order. I'm like, is there something wrong? And I was in a meeting and I was like half listening anyhow. So I just popped my headphones off and answered the phone. And he's like, okay, what did I give you at Midwest for black box? I was like, you gave me this panel. And you gave me the fan for the skirt cooling, right? Like, I didn't give you the bottom or the back panels. I'm like, no. Okay, so I'm going to send you the bottom and the back panel replacement panels, and all the other parts I need to do to add the skirt fan to it, with my order for a Orbiter 2 filament sensor version 2.2. They just dropped a new version of the filament sensor, which adds angle detection and a couple other things. And I ordered an Orbitool tool head board. And I'm still debating because the RatRig uses the orbiter. I'm pretty sure I can put an orbiter filament sensor on it and still run the EBB 42 tool head board, so I don't have to do some shenanigans. But we'll see. Speaking of shenanigans, and not that shenanigans, but just these shenanigans, we're going to be working on our electrical stuff today, and the first section of the electrical section, which really don't know why I have to keep. The first thing it tells us to do in the electrical section is grab your Big Tree Tech Octopus. We got that right here. Grab your Raspberry Pi, any model. There were supposed to be Raspberry Pis in the box. In fact, I talked with Hector and said, hey, Hector, just to let you know, there was no Raspberry Pi in the box, and it shows up on your listing on your webpage for the RatRig 4. And he goes, yeah, I know. None of the ones that they have received yet have had the Raspberry Pis in them. Like, okay, as long as we know, you might want to update your listing, talk to RatRig or something, figure out why they're not coming. So I grabbed a RatRig 4 from my pile over here because, well, when Micro Center opened up, I went and bought a bunch of them because why not? I got in a few SD cards, so we're going to have a new SD card to use with that. But the reason I'm saying that is because it says the first thing to do is to grab those things and make sure that you can get your RatOS installed and that it sees the board before you go any further. No bother taking it out, putting everything on there, and putting it in the electronics box if there's a defect and you need to ship it back anyhow. So I'm like, hey, sounds good. I've never used RatOS. It does say, you know, it is heavily recommended that you flash your board. You don't have to. We're going to go ahead and do that before we get this started. It does have a link here to check the RatOS documentation. And it does tell you that there's a 5-volt jumper on the board that you need to configure before you do anything. Yeah, funny enough, it says heavily recommend you do this before you install your stepper drivers, and yet the image they show has all the stepper drivers in it. Don't know. But that's what we're going to do is we're going to start off with that. Now, hopping over to the RatOS introduction and installation guide here, one of the things that it does is it links you out to the GitHub to pull down the latest version of RatOS, right? So if I were to click on download RatOS, it brings me to the releases page, and the version of RatOS that's listed there is 2.0.2 from June 8th of 2023. I'm like, that's over a year old. And I know there's been a few updates since then. So I'm befuddled now, right? So I did go ahead and download that because it's like a gig 30. So I went ahead and downloaded that ahead of time, so we already had it downloaded. But if you click on RatOS, you'll see that there's a v2.1.x, right? So if you just click on releases, it'll bring you into the releases itself versus the one that it's linked to directly. And you'll see that they now have 2.1.0 release candidate 2. So they have release candidate 1 out. They announced it on their Discord. This came out 4 days ago. It does have an expanded configurator. It does have a few more things added into it. There's now a real-time analysis tool. This is for doing your belts and stuff. IDEX support is there. Tool shift, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that yet. Does have the visually assisted offset calibration that you would need for an IDEX. Single tool head hybrid Core XY support. So this adds some additional support for the hybrid motors and some other macros and stuff. So long story short, I also downloaded this, and this image is 1.79 gigs. So it's about another 400-ish, 500 meg on the file side. So just wanted to mention that. We do need to make a decision coming up here fairly soon of which one we want to use. Because we're going to need to download that and start getting things installed. So what I want to do is hide that, come up to this one. So we've got our Raspberry Pi 4 here. We've got a few other things laid out here. These are the parts that we're going to be doing. I've taken the kit out just to get rid of some boxes. Our Big Tree Tech Octopus board is in here. We've got the standard card. We've got the compressed rubber ducky. We pop it up, wake it up. See? Oh, come on. Give me the love. Give me the love. There we go. So she'll come back to us. There we go. We got the squeak. So we got the squeak. We will add her to our bucket over there. For now, she'll sit there next to our big black duck. So the standard Big Tree Tech duck, the black duck that you get with the Kraken, which helps to signify the largeness of a Kraken. One thing that I did not mention is the new version, the 2.10 RC2, actually does have support for the Kraken boards. And that may be something worth noting, because the Kraken board, we've got one over here, and that does support a 36 volt and higher. And it does support like 8 drivers. We need 7 for the hybrid. I think 8 if we go. Actually, I don't think we add any motors for the IDEX, do we? I think it just changes a belt path. So, options. So we've got jumpers here. We're going to need to add some jumpers. We're going to actually need to take a bunch of jumpers out. So while we have it here, I know what we're going to need to do, and that's take a bunch of the jumpers off of the where our things pop in. So I'm just going to take a bunch of these out. Oh, that one's shot somewhere over there, never to be seen again probably, until I step on it. So what we're doing here is taking out pretty much all of the jumpers because we're not going to need them all, except for one on each of our stepper motors. And that's going to allow us to run UART for these TMC 2209s. And it will give us a later step when we do this to, it'll tell us which jumpers we need, but I've done enough of these Big Tree Tech boards that I know which of the jumpers I'm going to need to leave for a TMC 2209. So you should be able to see now there's one jumper left in each of these TMC 2209s. It's that jumper right there. And that's what's going to allow us to do UART on our TMC 2209s. The other thing that we need is this power jumper right here, which is already installed. We need this to let it do 5-volt power through the USB. So that's what we're going to do to connect everything up and run these two. But first off, what we're going to need to do is put all these jumpers in here so I don't lose them or knock them all over the place later. That's the other thing that I have. Besides having a plethora of JST pins and connectors, it's these jumpers. I've got enough of these. I could probably take them to like Micro Center, Best Buy, or any place and give them like thousands of them at this point. Okay, so we're going to set these up, but we need to get our Raspberry Pi set up first. So we come over here, and we go out and we download RatOS, which we have done. Okay. We need to then use Balana Etcher to write that image file to the SD card that goes into your Raspberry Pi. Okay, so we're going to need to use our SD card. Once again, this is a PNY 32 gig. I bought a bunch of these recently during Amazon Prime days. And what I'm going to do, and by the way, I kind of love Gridfinity. And I recently went through and printed out, this is a 4x4 Gridfinity. I'm going to print out another one of these, but these are sized for different type boards. So these are my Raspberry Pi Zero and alikes. It's got a slot for one of them that's got headers. These are my, what are these? These are the 8266 Node MCUs. Raspberry Pi Pico boards. These are ESP32s. And then I've also got an SD card. So the big SD card reader, an actual big SD card, a bunch of smaller micro SD cards, and then some USB holders. So yeah, that works out pretty neat. And I'm just going to use one of my card readers and a nice big long USB extension cable. Okay, there we go. That was identified. And it says to use Balana Etcher. I'm actually going to use, let me pop over here to the full display here. We're going to use our favorite Raspberry Pi. We're going to I'm not even going to bother choosing a device because we're going to choose an OS. And because we downloaded an image, we're going to use custom. And we're going to go to downloads. Now we've got two different images and I have not unzipped them yet. So let me do that real fast. What's going on here? Oh. Well, apparently I was attempting to download the images and it told me no, and I didn't notice it. So that's what I get for trying to do things ahead of time. So we'll have to give this a second chance. Hey, Shrimp Father, how's it going? Welcome on in, Royal Nomi. Hez Liz, how's it going? How's it going? So we are currently, there we go. Hello. We're currently trying to download the files that I tried to download ahead of time, and apparently it didn't work. Oh yeah, the bot said you should have tacos, so you should be getting tacos. So what we're doing is it tells us the first thing that we should try and do is download RatOS, which is their version of basically Clipper, Mainsail, the whole 9 yards with a bunch of add-ons and wrappers and stuff to make life easier. So we're going to do that. And legend has it that RatOS actually supports Borons, at least some of the Boron packages, and they're adding more now. So, and when I say Boron packages, I mean like the 2.4, the Trident, stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to download the RatOS. We're going to download 2 different versions. And I'm going to throw up a poll real fast to say, which version do we want to use? So let me get that. I got to do that over here, I think. Can I do it over here? No, I need to do it over here. It is. Oh, thought I had it here. Why can't I find the thing that says dual poll? I don't know why. All right, the heck with it. So, okay, Royal Nomi, please be safe. Please be safe on your way home. Yeah, I don't know. No highlight, no that. All right, I don't know. I'd have to figure it out. I know there's a way of doing a poll. I just have to try and remember how to do it again. Um, so here we go, real fast then. Um, really would like to know why it keeps taking an error trying to download it. I don't know why. I don't know if it's something in my wonderful WinStream service that's jacking up, or if it's something on their, on GitHub's end. Not that Microsoft, which now owns GitHub, has been having any issues whatsoever in their services lately. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to download the current version. So version 202 is dated June 23rd of I think it was June 23rd of last year. It's June of 2023. June 8th, 2023. So what I would like to do is not use that version and use the latest version, which is RatOS version 2.10 release candidate 2. It adds a lot of cool new features, such as support for hybrid motors and IDEX. Once again, new boards. It supports the Kraken, which may be something that we consider down the road. Got one over here. Haven't decided what to put it in yet. The Manta M8P, if you want to do that with a CB1 or whatnot. It does support the SB2240 with both the STEM32 and the 2040, as well as the SB2209s. Once again, those stealth burner boards would be on a boron type build. SKR 1.4, SKR 1.4 Turbo. Those are kind of older boards. The Leviathan, the SpiceX Spider. So it does add a bunch of new boards into the support. Backwards compatibility. So that's where I'm thinking I want to download this version and maybe go bleeding edge. Well, and that's the other thing, Slab Stations, is because this does support, just waiting for that other one to download before I kick this version off. Where did I say? Full one macro beacon contact auto calibration, including scan compensation. So it does have an updated macro for beacon. So that's another reason why I want to try and download this version. But real-time analysis tools for power spectral density graphs. Okay. So I mean, there's all kinds of cool things that they're doing in this software, and like I said, they're taking base Clipper and they're adding a bunch of stuff onto it, but they're not keeping you from base Clipper, right? That's one of the things that's been annoying a lot of the content creators and a lot of people in the community is like Creality puts Clipper on their K1 and then blocks you from a bunch of the features. We all know about Bamboo. I guess the FL Sun just did that, and it's, they're locking you out of certain features. So like the FL Sun, they took away your ability to adjust your Z offset height. Like, why the hell would you do that? Hey, Bexy Beans, how are you doing? Oh, definitely, Bexy. Definitely, definitely. So did that fail again? Okay, that one came down, so that's good. Now let's try and grab the latest and greatest bleeding edge of all time. That one there. So yeah, we'll grab this one. Hey, Tin Talon, welcome in. Welcome in. So we'll keep an eye on this. Let this run down. I guess it's going to take a few minutes. We'll go ahead and get started while we're waiting. I will get our boards and stuff, just set it to the side. And while we wait, we'll build some because, well, why not? We're not going to install it for a few minutes. So we have the aluminum version of the kit, which means we can go right into step 2. That means that we have all metal parts here. So, well, not all metal, but on the steel version of the enclosure, you'll use printed corner parts. These are all aluminum, which means they're drilled and tapped for all the necessary holes and stuff. So we'll get these out. We'll have all of our other parts here. Guess let me go to this view. So we'll have all of our pertinent parts. I'll pick the right view here in a second. That would be the view. So we've got all the pertinent parts out here. Might as well go ahead and open things up. I'm going to try and keep an eye out there for that download to make sure that it doesn't stop for whatever reason. Guess while I was playing around with other stuff today, I could have been working on getting all these things taken off and opened up. All right, Bexy, sounds good. One of the other things that I just noticed too was I was trying to get things ready and I was like, well, wait a minute. There's something else that I'm missing too, because like this part right here that I'm trying to find the end on to unwrap, actually has the spot in it for the IEC socket. And I knew that there was an announcement about the IEC sockets. So the IEC sockets, which is your power inlet socket, on the 400 and 500 RatRigs are supposed to be rated for 15 amps. And the first sets that came out were not rated for 14 or 15 amps. Or, I'm sorry, for 15 amps. They were rated for only 10 amps. So they were pulling them back and shipping out 15 amp IEC sockets to everybody. Well, long story short, I don't have an IEC socket. So I've got one that I can put in, but my kit did not come with one. So that's the other piece of feedback I'm gonna have to give to Fabrico and it's not Fabrico's fault because this was shipped directly from RatRig. So it is what it is. We'll just put it that way. So apparently, come on. Oh, there we go. This one. They definitely wrap their panels up well, which is going to keep them from getting scratches and stuff and shipping. Keep that nice aluminum anodized look intact. Just going to take this one and set it down here for the time being because we're not going to need it for a few minutes. What we will need is screws. I need M3x6 countersunk screws. Eight, 4, 6. No. No. Screws is extra parts bag. That was there. Okay, so this is the bag for the electronics enclosure. So there's probably, there's fans, 4x6 countersunks, wires, electronics enclosure wiring kit. So this looks like, oh, wires, 4x12, locking nuts. So here we go. It's going to be in here. Well, 3x6. There we go. Okay. Hey, software is almost installed. Great. We'll get to that when we do. Just going to get a few of these out and available here. And sorry, I know it's dirty, but it'll work. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our plate and we're going to use the M3x6 countersunk screws. And we're going to put in all 4 of the corners on our back plate. Now, the back plate here, we've got flat side and the side that's got all the countersunk screws. This is the side that we're bringing all of our screws in through. And it doesn't matter which side we start with here, really, because there's 4 corners. And we're only putting in 1 screw, so these are the same. There isn't a top-bottom type orientation to them. So we're just going to put these 4 on. I don't think there's really any need to put Loctite on this. This is going to be mounted up against the back panel on the printer. So if these screws are working their way out, every single screw that's holding this onto the printer has also backed out to allow these screws to back out. So I'm pretty sure by then we would have seen something happen. And if we didn't, I don't know what we were doing. So I'm not going to worry about Loctiting these. They're not moving. Okay. So 4 corners on. This is going to be the top of the box, by the way. And we need to pay attention. So this is the top of the box. And we're going to install the top panel of the enclosure, which just has a vent grate. So nothing there but the vent grate. So that's going to go along the front edge here. So we're going to grab our 4 plates. The one that is full length vent grate. Doesn't matter. Actually, it does it matters in the sense that, once again, there's countersinks for the screws, but looking at this, it doesn't matter which way you go. It still goes, the slant's going to be in the same direction. So grab yourself some of your screws. It's going to take 4 screws. And we're just going to screw this in place. And it's going to screw right into the corner pieces. And as with anything, you want to try and get these in there a little loose to start with, and then we'll tighten them down once we get the opposite corners in, so we can make sure that we're not kicked out, because I'm not sure if these are perfectly aligned just yet, but these, putting in these side panels are going to align the corners by default. Good. You can tell that this corner is, this corner has a little bit of a twist to it, so let me loosen that up some, this one up some. The end result is we don't want to bow this out and bend it. So if we need to crank these back just a turn or two to make it easier, then so be it. And then we're going to work our way around. So this was the top. We're going to rotate it 1/4. And this is going to be the panel that has the outlet in it. And the outlet's going to be towards the bottom. So this is the top, this is the bottom. Lay that on there. And get our screws started. And it looks like our software did download all the way. Let me double check that in a second here. And yes, it did. And since it's going to take a little bit of time to download that and install it on our Raspberry Pi SD card, we will get that started here in a minute and let that run in the background while we continue to do our build. Okay. And get that one in. Rotate it around one more, and we're going to do the bottom panel, and it's got a vent on one part and a blank on the other side. Side with the blank goes by the side where our inlet is. And there's a pretty neat little thing that they do for their power inlets to protect people. Ooh. That was almost interesting. Because once again, when you're dealing with 110 or 220 voltage, you want to be very careful. Otherwise, you can actually kill people. So When we start to get to that part, it does give you all the normal pertinent warnings. If you're not an electrician, consult an electrician, be safe, you're on your own, don't follow bad practices, all that jazz. And of course, we're on the last side, which will be the right side. This is a side that's going to have the cutouts for your fans. How many printers have I built now? I've built over 20 printers. I'd have to go through and try and figure out the true number, Bexy. But yeah, I've done well over 20 printers. And if you add in the things that I've done that haven't been on stream, like, you know, my Shape Oko or the X Tools D1 laser and some things like that, there's even more in my repertoire. Yeah, I put a couple of things together here and there. Okay, now I'm gonna undo this one because I got kind of a bend in it. I need to see if I can fix that. Yeah, a little bit of a bend got in there somehow, some way. But yeah, I built a few printers here and there, built a few other things here and there. We are going to have a few other projects on the channel this year of different types of things. So, yeah. Who knows, Bexy, maybe I'll have to build you a printer and figure out how to get it to you some way. Here's Chip. It's cheap to send big things that have been built to England, right? Okay, so now that I've got the panels in and everything's down, I'm going to go ahead and snug my corner post back in at the bottom here. And then we'll flip back over and we'll get our software install going. Yeah, this is what we look like. We have so this is the top with the 3 holes. So we've got our full grate up here. This side has the half grate with the filament hole. This side has our fans. And then down here has the partial grate. So we've got our 4 sides and the right spots for the 4 sides. You'll buy a bamboo when you've got the money and brain cells. Oh yeah, yeah. Trust me, I understand that. We got the. Let me switch over here. We got the renewals for the licenses, or not the license, but the registrations for the car, which is, hey, go have an inspection and pay our tax, right? Pay the taxes, the annual taxes for the car. Instead of doing that for the Kia Soul, we sold the Kia Soul and we got the new car. So all of that's being worked in the background, but I still need to do that for the truck within the next 30 days. Yep, it's August 1 today. So in the next 30 days, and it's like $300 or $400 for that, for just the taxes, right? And then we also got our property tax, but the property tax is done in our mortgage escrow account. So it's more of, here's how much you're paying in property taxes. But anyhow, so what we're going to do is we're going to jump back over here to the Raspberry Pi imager. We're going to click on use custom again. And we're going to see the image files up here. There is a one from June 9th, 2023. That is the 2.0.2 build. That's a year old. Or there's the new release candidate. I think I'm going to do the release candidate. If we run into any major bumps in the road, we'll back out and I'll burn a new SD card that'll have the other version on it. We can just pop that in and go. So we're going to grab this image file, which is the 2.1.0 release candidate 2. Say open. We're going to choose our storage. It should be the should be the 30 gig generic SD MMC card. Okay, and we're going to say next. It's going to ask me if I want to apply the OS customization settings. I'm going to say no. Okay, I'm just going to say no for now, because looking at the RatOS install stuff, it says after it's been written, and quite honestly, they suggest doing it with Balana Etcher, which means you wouldn't be prompted for all of that stuff by the Raspberry Pi imager. So we're just going to say no. All existing data on the drive will be erased. Are you sure? Yes. And it's going to prepare to write. We'll keep an eye on that in the background, and we'll come back over here. And by we'll keep an eye on that, I mean down to step 17. So now we're going to start installing the electronic components. So this will get some things off of our table here. I'm at least going to grab the wiring and get that out of the way. Yeah, we'll grab the screws and stuff as we need them. On our power supply, on the right-hand side, it's got a spot here for the, big warning. And the spot here, we want to make sure that we're on 110 instead of 230 or 115 volt, because that's what we use here in the US and Canada. And then you tell me to put it down and grab the SSR instead. Okay. The SSR. Never heard of the Sealand brand, but it does seem to be a very well made component. This is a 40 amp, 480 volt solid state relay. Yep. We're going to need two M4 by 12. And where are we coming up at this? So looking at the bottom, because we're putting screws in from the back side, we've got the, oops, let me go back over here. Okay. So the screws are coming in from the underside here. So we're trying to figure out like where we at. So from the inside, we've got our outlet and then the blank spot. When we put our screws in from the back side, it's telling us, once again, the ventilation with the blank spot. And we're going to go into two holes that are vertically spaced. So we're going to go in there and there because they're slightly bigger holes. And now we need to flip it back over without dropping those out. Like that. We're going to take our SSR. We're going to flip these two up and we're just going to set this down on those two bolts. Like so. We're going to need our M4 locking screws. The M4, yeah, locking nuts. Two of those in the package. Can't handle the guilt of feeling like people did you a favor. Really? Okay. And I'm like, really? Okay, I'm looking at this going, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. M4, whatchamacallit. Yep. Where are we at? I'm going to go in there. So one side of this has a like fully enclosed and the other side has a slot in it. I'm going to put the fully enclosed one on here so it'll hang by that screw. And now I've got to try and get the M4 locking nut in there and on it, which is kind of a pain in the butt. Big hands, small screws, and nuts. What I'm trying to do is just get it lined up, and then I can start to screw it in. If I can at least get the screw started, then I'll be good. Come on, you little. Okay. One side started. Now comes the fun part of trying to hold the nut and screw it down. And I know somebody out there is going to be like saying, wait a minute, don't screw both of them down. You've got to put a ground on it. I don't think we're going to put a ground on it because it's got a metal back plate, and that metal back plate is resting right up against the metal case. So it's a metal back plate, a metal case, which means we'll have electrical connectivity through the metal case. We'll have to double check that, but that's okay. Okay. Now, the other thing I could do rather than trying to do this with pliers like this would be to go downstairs and bring my metric sockets, because I have some deep wall sockets downstairs that I could use to hold these while I screw in. So that would be an option as well if you've got those. If not, then pliers and a screwdriver it is. So there you go. We've got our thing in place. Looks like it's verifying our software. So that's going well. Gently open the SSR relay tabs to access the mounting holes. 2 and 4 locking nuts. Tighten the screws to secure the SSR relay to the electronics enclosure. The other thing is you want to keep, you always want these to be mounted to metal and then go metal to metal to metal, because 1, it grounds things, and then 2, these generate heat. So this is going to heat, I'll say the heat coming off of this power relay will basically soak in, and the aluminum case becomes a big heat sink for this and the power supply. Hey Rodney Mac, how's it going? Welcome in. Now we're going to install the power supply. It talks about a 250 watt 24 volt fanless. This is actually an LRS 224. So if we have any problems whatsoever with this, it should be fine, because we're just dealing with the board, the steppers, the bed itself is mains powered. But if we have any issues, I do have a 350 down there that I can swap out. That's not that big of a deal. I will make that happen. We're going to install this using some M4x6 screws. Again, they're all countersunk screws, so that's great. And once again, we're going to put it over there so I can actually see them, because black screws on a black tabletop does not make a happy builder. And where is this going? So we've got the 3 holes there. So our 3 holes, so this is going up here. And the orientation is with our, all of our screw down terminals are facing the power inlet. So this is going to mount right here. I'm going to put this up on the side, because that'll make it a little bit easier for me. Get one of these in here and just try and get it lined up. Okay, now I've got one there. Just kind of rotate it around so I can see the other 3 screw holes visible. And we're going to use, once again, our M4x6 countersunk screws. Hey, Timor, how's it going? Tech Jeeper, welcome in. And these are super, super short, so they're not going to like penetrate into the case any real distance. Okay, so power supply, SSR, we'll have our inlet right here. Now, what's up? Now it wants us to install the IEC socket. I do not have a socket like this. The one that I have doesn't have the little side ears to it. I might have one like that, but I'm going to have to look for it. So we're not going to worry about installing the socket. I'm pretty sure I know where to install a socket. You know, it'll be pretty obvious to me. So let's see how far we can get. We'll have some cable management support pieces. These are, which ones? These ones. These are here. Once again, they've already got the heat set inserts put in them, so we don't have to worry about any of that. We're going to be looking for some like support arm pieces. Looks like them. And interesting, they didn't take the brim off of it. I mean, they printed the parts and did all the heat set inserts. I'm not going to complain about them leaving brim on there. And quite honestly, there's probably no requirement to take the brim off. Just put that side down on the against the bottom of the panel. But these are going to act like standoffs. Got the 5 of these, and these are going to go in certain locations. And looking at this was making my head hurt, so here and here, I think. So we're going to be using our M3x6s again. And this one looks like it's going in the 3rd hole. So 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's the right hole. One over here goes into the 1st hole up the side. And the next one. Sorry, I'll flip this up and show you where I'm putting these in a second. It's a little bit confusing. One there, here and here. That same row here. Okay, that almost looks like a straight line. It's not. Okay. Okay, yeah, lots of holes. And so what we've got is we've got one of these posts on either side of the power supply. There's one on either side of the load half of the SSR. So this will be the high voltage. This will be the low voltage signal. And then one over here. And what's going to happen is this acrylic piece is going to sit on here. Which way? Corner. This acrylic piece is going to sit on there about like that, I believe, and cover that area up. So oh, wow. Hey, Timur, thanks for renewing your subscription. You've been subscribed for 15 months in a row. Holy cow. So I just got the pop-up from my antivirus software. So that tells me that our RatOS image has been written. And you can now remove the SD card from the reader. So we'll close that out. And we'll come back over here and grab our SD card reader out. And we're just going to take the SD card and pop it into our Raspberry Pi for now and set that back aside. We'll finish doing some of this, and when we go to put that stuff in, we'll stop and we'll work on that stuff. So here, 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 and there. Okay, yep, we're there. Now we need to install the cable management parts. And we're still going to use some more of our M3x6 countersunk screws here. So these are some pretty neat little raceway parts. Those things. Come back. Whoop. Oh, there's one. Went flying. I'll go get that a little bit later. So we're going to need a long piece and the cross member. So one BC4 cable guide and one cross guide. there should be several of these, right? So we do have several of these. A couple of them are different lengths. So we'll look at what length we have right here that we're going to have to go into. We've got one that goes across and short, long, long, short, and the one that goes here. So we're going to use the short one here and this cross member. So 2 screws to screw in our short piece here. And once again, we're coming in from the back. They're like not, don't feel like they're tightening in there. Feel like they just got in there and then freewheeled. Either that or I wasn't lined up on them to begin with. So let's try this again. Yep, I apparently was not in the right spot, so. So we're kind of doing the, laying out this raceway here. So there's one here, there's going to be a cross piece there. And the easiest thing to do is just to identify, find the holes, line these up with the holes, and screw them in. We've got the initial cross piece going. Then we're going to need 2 that goes long ways here and 1 that goes short ways. So we'll just continue on down our merry way here. So how are you doing today, Timor? Got anything fun going on? Any cool projects? I know, like I said, I've been working on some Gridfinity stuff to try and get some of my various electronics boards cleaned up. I'm kind of getting tired of moving them around from point to point to point, and I've got some other stuff that I'll be working on. I've gotten 2 of the Screwfinity things made. I'll show those off here in a second. And for those of you that don't know, the Screwfinity is designed by Zombie Hedgehog. So what I need to do now is start, I'm probably gonna, he's got a label blank, and you know, you could print labels and just drop them in there in the drawers, or you can 3D print your labels and do like multicolor for your drawer fronts. And yes, I've got 3 different types of gray here. I try to keep this all this, you know, just 2 colors, but the other one has a couple of different colors as well. I was just trying to use up all my different PLA grays. Orange for both of the containers, but they're all single size containers. And my plan is to go through and get all of my screws, try and get them into here as best as I can, so I can start rearranging this whole back corner over here, which is a disaster. So, but like I said, I've got 2 full units done, and I'll do more if I need to get these all laid out. So that, and once again, you know, working on getting Black Stack ready to bring Black Box back up here. You're down to $7 a dry box. Wow. That's pretty cool. Okay, so now it's telling me to do some jumpers and stuff for my octopus. So I'm going to move this out of the way, because once again, this is all metal. We'll bring the octopus over here, and we'll play around with our jumpers some, and we'll go ahead and do our software piece while we've got everything right here. So on our octopus, it's going to tell us to go through and get jumpers in specific locations that it's calling out for right here. So we've got the jumpers to set all of our stepper motors to UART. We've got those in there, right? All of these were populated all the way across, which would have been for like SPI mode. We just took them all out and just left the one we're going to need. We've got the one right here, which is in white on that diagram. We need this for 5 volts so that it can be talked to by the Raspberry Pi. And then on our fans here, we need to move some jumpers. Right now, all of the fans, the jumpers are closer to the JST connectors, which makes these all 24 volt. There's only 2 fans that we're going to use. The one is going to be 24 volt, but the first fan down here, down here, needs to be set to 12 volt. So we just need to take that one off and move it to the center set of pins. Whoops. And push it back down there. So the way this works is okay. So the inner side most set of pins here is 5 volt. The middle set is 12 volt. And then the one closest to the JST connectors would be 24 volt. So because this first pin down here, or this first fan, is going to be 12 volt, we move that jumper to the middle, and then all the others stay at 24 volt. Now, one thing that people will say is, set all of these to 5 volt. Okay, if you plug a 5 or 12 volt fan into a port that's set 24 volt, you let the magic smoke out. If you plug a 24 volt fan into one with 5 volt, it's just not going to spin. Right, but you won't blow a port and you won't blow a fan up. So I normally leave mine at 24 volt because I don't do anything other than 24 volt normally until I started getting into black box and everything, which did have some different ones. So the third one going that way is 24 volt. So just for grins, I'm going to do the safer thing and pop this out and put them on 5 volt. We'll leave the one that needs to be 24 volt, and we'll jump the one that needs to be at 12 volt. Everything else we're going to set to 5 volt. Okay. So all that's been set. We still have the 5 volt jumper here. So what we're going to do is, what are we going to do? We're going to jump back over here. Yeah, that makes it UART. That adds the USB-C power option. This will allow you to compile and download the firmware directly to the motherboard using DFU mode, ideal for testing the board. Blah, blah, blah. Voltages. Now, before we do this next part, which is to start putting on the TMC stepper motors and stuff, I do want to come over here to the RatOS. And what we've done is we've gotten done with this step right here where we downloaded onto a card that's and flashed it onto a card that's 16 gig or larger. So it is recommended to use the 32-bit version of the image. 64-bit caused too high memory usage and some exactly. So the 64-bit, for whatever reason, has some weird issues. So let me see. Using a separate heater that fits in the top of the box. Okay. So using a heater in the top of the box, it can be moved around. I do like the idea of the poly dryer where it's at the bottom because heat rises. So if you put a heater at the top, you really have to force that heat down to get the entire chamber. If it's at the bottom, you'll get it a little bit, I don't know. I think it'll heat up faster if it's at the bottom than the top, but just a thought, just throwing it out there. So Wi-Fi or Ethernet, we're going to do Wi-Fi. So when RatOS image has been written to the SD card, insert the SD card into the Raspberry Pi and turn on the Pi. After a few minutes, you should have a host that hotspot that pops up. Join that hotspot on your phone or the PC. Once connected, go to configure or blah, 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 configure and follow the steps presented to set up Wi-Fi on your printer's host name. Okay. So when we go to do that, I will do that part on my laptop because if I do it here, we will have bad problems. So we're going to go ahead and get this connected. That's on the foam. There's nothing underneath here. Actually, I'm going to leave that on the box. I'm going to put this on the foam just as a insulator break in case I do hit it and it pops over to the table here. We're going to come in with USB-C. And this particular USB-C cord is a actual Raspberry Pi one that has a on-off switch on it. So we're going to go ahead and apply power. Not sure if you can see, but I've got lights over here, so it's doing its reading. I've got lights over here, so it's doing its thing. Okay. Now, I actually wonder, folks, give me 1 second. I will be right back. I'm going to go grab my iPad because I might be able to sit that like right here so you can see what I'm doing. So hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. And of course, give me one more second because I got a update last night, so I got to log back into it. So. All righty. So we're logged in. Let me take this off. And what we're going to do is we're going to be looking for RatOS. So we're going to come up here to our Wi-Fi. We've got RatOS. It's going to ask us for the password. It says it should be Raspberry. And we're connected. Not messages. Google. Okay, and we want to go to HTTP :// RatOS .local /configure. And boom, let me flip this around. We've got RatOS screen. So pretty cool. Setup progress. It starts with setup Wi-Fi or Ethernet. So we just need to find our Wi-Fi setup. And I always set everything up on the standard, not the 5G. Once the password, I'm not going to show that. So I'll come over here and do that over here out of the way. Okay. It's asking for the printer name. It says RatOS. We'll leave that for now. I'm just going to say save and connect. Settings saved. RatOS now set up to connect to your network. Your Raspberry Pi will now reboot and join your local Wi-Fi network. Click the button below to reboot the Pi and close this window. You can then reconnect to your local network where RatOS.local should be available in a few minutes. I'm going to say got it. And it's going to reboot and do its thing. So if everything worked right, we should be able to come up over here now. Just giving it a second to do its thing. And once again, and what was that? It was RatOS local / configure question mark step equals 1. Okay, site can't be reached. Like I said, it's doing its thing and we don't want to shut it off or anything. We just want to let it go. I am getting a little blip light here. And there we go. So now our RatOS is up. And we're ready to go through the configurator process and things. And I believe this is where we're going to stay. Okay, stop. So, well, let me see. Let me see. It needs the internet connection to do its thing. We're up on the internet, or we're up on my network now. Hey, Pete, welcome on in. Preparing your control board. It is heavily recommended that you flash your board and make sure it is detected in the configurator before you plug in your stepper drivers and start connecting your wiring. It may be required for you to use an SD card to initially flash your board. I do have one over here if need be. After completing the Wi-Fi setup wizard, wait a couple minutes, then open this in your browser. Click the wizard to flash your control board and optionally a tool head board. When you've done that successfully, the configurator will lead you to mainsail, which will now use to update RatOS and related packages to the latest version. Okay. I might be able to do the tool board, but I'll have to use a very long cable. So here we are in the RatOS configurator. Let me actually go full display. Okay, so we're in the RatOS configurator at the printer selection phase. So official support for the RatRig vCore 4 IDEX, the RatRig vCore 4 Hybrid, standard vCore 4, RatRig vChonk, just recently announced. You can go get your kits, but you still have to print all your parts. And the bottom plate requires that you have a 400 size bed. I don't have a 400. I think I've got a 370 by 370 on the Ender 5 Plus 0G. So we'll see if I can get it to go there. If so, maybe we'll see a vChonk somewhere in the future. You can also do the vCore 3s, the vMinions, so of course all of the vCores. And then you'll have community support for Prusa Mini, Boron V01, 2.4, and a Mark III. So pretty interesting. We right now have a RatRig VCore 4 hybrid. We have a 300 size, so we'll select that. And say next. Now we get to pick the control board. You have the Octopus with an H723. Pretty bad. Let me get my old man eyes on. Come on, you can. Why are you not focusing? Focus. There we go. M32 F446. This is an F446. And not an Octopus Pro, it's a standard Octopus 446. Pretty sure it's not a Pro. Yeah, Octopus V11. All right, so that's the one we're going to select. Is the default. I do like that they have support here for a Kraken, because we have a Kraken. We may throw some speed at this. Hey, Techno Side, how's it going? Sort of. We're starting to build the electronics, and it got to the point where we were about to install this, and they suggested doing all the initial setup of the board outside of the case before you put it in there. That way, if you have any issues, you're not trying to, squeeze around things. Oh yeah, especially with the hybrid, because I'll be able to run the AB or XY and Y, the extra Y motors at the higher voltage. So they also support Leviathan as well. So how do you want to flash the Octopus? Automated, unavailable. Manual using DFU, recommended. Manual with an SD card is an option. Or flash an unidentified board. Unavailable. That's good. I want to do this one. Flash manually via DFU. So flashing via DFU. DFU not detected. We need to do the boot and reset. So we have the board connected. Jumper, add the jumper to boot 0. As shown in the picture. We don't have a jumper there, so I do need to add a jumper. Add a jumper to boot 0. And click the reset button. Okay, still not detecting DFU mode. Jumper on. We hit reset. Things aren't blinking. And just making sure there's no different size jumpers in here. Every once in a while they throw a slightly smaller jumper in there for doing things like that. And looks like it should work. Oh, there we go. Reminder, make sure to remove the boot zero jumper from the board before flashing. Move the boot zero jumper from the board before flashing. Add the jumper, power on, click the reset button. Now apparently it wants me to remove. Okay. Flash. I was gonna say, I thought we always kept this in for DFU, but have I done? I don't think I've ever done DFU on one of these boards. Oh, Octopus V11 detected. Proceed to the next step. Next step. Pick the T0 tool board. The T0 tool board is the EBB 42. That is true. Ooh, that's nice. So they've got the provisioning here for the Orbital 0 or the Orbital O2 board, which is good. I've got one of those on order because I want to put the filament sensor and this on this RatRig. So if it supports the Orbital 02, that's a good thing. I'll be able to reflash this later on when I get that in. So manual flashing with DFU or using DFU is recommended. You may have to bring this a little closer. Don't be shy. Oh. Yep, hernia. Oh. Okay. Let me see what I've got here because I'm going to have to use. This is the beacon cable. USB-C. Huh. Got a USB-C in here. This is the tool head wiring kit. I'm going to grab the USB-C cable out because that's what we're going to use to connect to the tool head. And what I'm going to do is get this connected up. So let me. Yeah, so basically we've got the printer here with the tool head. So, and this is kind of what I do anyhow, is try and get this stuff set up ahead of time. So a couple of things we're going to need to do on the tool head. I'm just going to go ahead and say flash manually via DFU. It's going to tell me a couple of things. Connect it via USB to the Raspberry Pi. Make sure the board is powered. You can use the USB power by placing a jumper on the V-bus pins. Should show us V-bus. So the V-bus pin is up here. We'll be up here between the connectors, so I will need to put a jumper on there. Should be able to use one of these, I believe. Jumper that. We need to plug our USB-C cable in. Bring this over and need to plug this in. Like, plug this into one of the outlets. We will press and hold the boot button and press and hold the boot button, press and release the reset, and then drop the boot. And the boot is right underneath that jumper I put in. And where is the reset button on? Now comes the fun part. Getting two small buttons. I don't think I got it. I would recommend not using a metal implement doing this, but go. Got it in DFU mode. Now, whoops. Now I'm going to click on flash. Going to look for this, and we should see it flash. It should flash fairly quickly. What it's doing is it's going to compile the, in the background, it knows what the board is. It's going to do the make menu config, make clean, make, and then do the flash. So it's scripting all of that in the background. So right now it's flashed and it's checking the version, making sure it can talk to it. And it can. So now we can proceed to the next step. And select the printer hardware. So now we're going to go through and tell it a few things. It's got a lot of the base stuff in here, which is a Fadus Rapido Plus UHF. That's what we have. With a PT1000 thermistor. Yeah, buddy. Nozzle type, regular. We've got the, yeah, it's going to be regular. It's not a CHT. And I put the 0.6 in. So we'll change that. Okay, so this is an interesting warning. Your tool board has an option to use a separate pull-up resistor for PT1000. This is usually done by inserting a jumper. Make sure you read the documentation for your board on how to enable the alternative resistor, or you'll get ADZ temperature errors. So there's a series of dip switches that we're going to have to go in and select to tell it that we're using a 2-wire PT1000s. That's something that we'll have to do down the road. The extruder is the Orbiter 2. The probe will be a beacon probe. Physical end stop for X and Y. Part cooling fan, PWM, yep. Hot end fan, yep. Accelerometers integrated onto the tool board for both of them. Electronics, controller fan, yep. So far, this is where you get to make any changes that you're making. If you're deviating, we're not deviating from anything yet, so we're good. Motion. Configure your stepper motor and driver settings. You can do performance, stealth chop, or standstill stealth. Okay, performance mode, not recommended for initial setup. Requires actively cooled drivers. Yeah, okay. So we would do stealth chop. Not recommended unless, okay. They give me 3 things and you don't say which one's recommended. All right, we're just going to do that. We'll say advance. We're going to let it go ahead and assume that we've got TMC 2209s everywhere and that it's doing its pre-applied tuning. Okay. Next step. Toolhead 0. Tool board detected. Victory Tech, Orbiter 2, Fetus. Configuration files, RatOS config, printer config, RatOS variables config. Confirm and save. Open mainsail, which should automatically bust out because we have no thermistors installed. Mainsail's the control interface. Updating. Okay, with the board flash and everything wired up, you can now proceed to the configuration guide. So about the only thing that we're going to do is come down here to machine. Update manager hadn't been initialized. We'll click that, let it do its thing. Oh yeah, beacon unable to connect. That's correct because we don't have the beacon connected up yet. We're going to have like a whole slew of cables laying around here, but let me go ahead and put the beacon in place. Oh, you know what? We're good. We're good. We'll run updates while we're here, and then we will turn it, shut things down, turn it off, and oh, looks like almost everything's done except for Clipper screen. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and and shut down. We'll give it a few minutes to do its thing, and then we're going to let's say like back some things off, meaning back up, kill power, undo that, and that. Take the 5-volt power jumper off of the EBB42 board, because when we go to actually run it, we will pipe 24 volt to that board, so it'll run off of its internal like down converter. Okay. So Raspberry Pi, Big Tree Tech. We're going to come back over here. We're going to go back to this mode. Okay, we need to install our drivers on here, and we're installing all of them. So we've got the set that comes with the main kit, and then we'll have the additional that came with the hybrid motors. So I'm going to dump these out. Throw that stuff away. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get these put on here, and then I'll go ahead and put the things on. Your 2 up pins on here, the pins that are sticking up, face the actual motor drive connectors. And then also, for lack of better terms, you've got a red side and a black side. You've got a red side and a black side. So I think we do the first 2 and then skip the third one. Yeah, it looks like an old BIOS chip, exactly. Okay, last 2. And now comes the fun. And we want to do these so that, because we're going to have airflow going this way over them. So we'll line the fins up appropriately. You want to make sure that the heatsink is properly centered on this copper patch and not touching anything. And a little push down, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to cover the main bulk up towards the front. There's a little bit that'll be visible on the back that doesn't get a heat, the heat sink doesn't cover it. That's perfectly fine because this is going to provide the bulk coverage for that pad. Yeah, so it's weird. So the Creality 422 board, I think they have 2208 drivers, not the 2209s. The 2209s are great. 5160s or 2140s or 2160s are higher power ones. Meaning you can supply a higher voltage to them. So what I did for the K3 build and the VZ, well, the K3 build, I used two different boards. I had an SKR board that I used for the main, like the Z drivers and the extruder driver, and those were TMC 2209s. And then I had a secondary board, which was the Annex Engineering board that was running TMC 5160s, and they were step 6 like this. I had 24 volt going to the main board and then 48 volt going to the 5160 drivers. Right now, everything on this RatRig is going to be 24 volt coming through the TMC 2209s. But if I did like Leviathan or if I did Kraken, I could run a higher voltage to the AB or XY stepper motors. Leviathan just lets you run higher voltage to those two, where a Kraken lets you run higher voltage to almost all of them, which would let me run like 48 volt or I think 56 volt even to the AB motors and the hybrid Y motors, and then still run like TMC 2209s at or whatever at 24 volt to the Z motors because they don't need it. They're not going to be moving as fast. Okay. So we've got 7 here for the hybrid kit. Make sure they're inserted all the way. Yep. We're going to take this jumper off right there. And gotcha, there we go. So we're the third one here we're missing. These two motors are only used if you're doing hybrid or IDEX. We're doing hybrid, and that also means that if I get the IDEX mod once it becomes available, then I don't need to add any more steppers to this. I'm good because it should just have another tool head board. So it'd just be adding another tool head board plugged into the Raspberry Pi. So now we're going to prepare these for mounting. So we need to install the brackets in the, whoops, we need to install the brackets in our case. Let's bring this back up here. Okay. We're going to need our octopus board mounts, which are the longer ones here. And we're going to be mounting it in here. And I believe it's on the two outer ones. Yes. So it's the two outer ones there. And it shows the wire tie extensions to be towards the fan. So now that I know where I'm going, let me get my M3x6 screws ready. And get my part. Okay. Here's the one. Next one, we're going to skip a set and go down to the bottom there. But yeah, it does look like an old BIOS chip. Man, that brings back memories. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. And once we install that, I'm going to hold off on that for just a second. And I'm going to come up here and install the Raspberry Pi mounts, which are going to go over here. And it looks like they're going this way. The Raspberry Pi mounts are symmetrical. So, oh wow. Hey, Polymaker, welcome on in. Rating with a party of 60. Holy bejesus. Hey, Westery, how's it going, sis? Zombie, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Tin Talon, Humbler John, Pez Liz, Maker Viking, how's it going, my friend? Karen Chow Designs, Technoside, Pink 3D, Edge of 3D, yo, what's up? Here, let me drop this down here real fast. This is what we've been working on, and let me flip over here. All right. Welcome on in, everybody, to the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. I think most of you know me. Hey, Da Vinci, welcome on in. Thank you, Polymaker, for the raid. I really appreciate you popping in and coming on over to us. We've been working on the RatRig, and in fact, the RatRig is sitting right down here. We just had it pulled over next to the bench. You guys just missed it. We went through the install process for RatOS, which is really, really interesting. It's a big set of wrappers around Clipper basically that makes it so much easier. You install your RatOS image on a Raspberry Pi. You don't do any, if you use Raspberry Pi Imager, don't do any of the normal, like, hey, add all this wireless junk and stuff. You don't even mess with that. you cable things up on the bench, just board to board, and it comes up into a basically as a hotspot, and you join the RatOS network, wireless network, and tell it about your network, and then it joins the network. You give it a few seconds to reboot the Raspberry Pi, and then it comes up and you can go step by step through a configurator, and it'll walk you through setting up your in this case we're using a Big Tree Tech Octopus. So it will ask you about what board, you tell it what board you're doing, and it runs in the background. It does all the Clipper commands to create the firmware file, set it up, tells you how to set up the board in DFU mode and flashes the board. And then you do the same thing for your tool head board, which is why we had to drag the printer over. And so far it's been really interesting, really quick and simple to do. So big thumbs up so far. This is my first experience with RatOS. So it's pretty nice so far. And that's kind of gives you an idea of where we're at and what we're doing. Today is all about doing the electronics. So that's what we're working on right now is building up the electronics case. This is a all aluminum case. This is going to mount like this on the back side of the printer down here. And it'll allow us to run all our wires back here just like we do on the Annex Engineering K3 or the VZ Bot and things like that. So with that said, let me get in here and continue. What we're doing right now is we're putting in the standoff so that we can mount our Big Tree Tech board and the Raspberry Pi board in here. And these go vertical. So basically we got the bulk of our software config done. So we're ready to, basically once we get everything wired up, we'll be able to turn it on and we should get a mainsail OS that's ready to go, pre-configured with all the options that we've had. And the new version of RatOS, which is 2.1.0, release candidate 2, which I did install that versus the, I'll say the stable version, has provisions for like Leviathan, for Kraken, and various other boards. It has provisions for the Orbital O2 board, which I have one of those in the new Orbiter filament sensor on the way. So down the road, I should be able to do a swap and just run through the configurator and get those parts updated, which would be an interesting thing to try. So I wanted to get both of these mounts on here. Now I'm just going to scroll back up in my directions a bit and get to where we're going to install our board. And looking at the way they have this laid out, we're going to flip it around. All of our motors are facing the power supply. Hey, fat boy, how's it going? So we're just going to line this up on here. And we're going to use M3x8 cap head screws. Yeah, I'm really impressed so far with RatOS. And folks, if I can get you to do me a favor, those of you that came in on the Polymaker raid, down on the bottom left is my little digital dragon icon. If I can get you to click on that twice, that will bring you fully into my stream and basically count towards my metrics. I'm trying to get my metrics up a little bit. You know, you never know when you might need to start looking at other income sources. in this day and age, especially when you're in the tech world like I am. I just like looking at the system, really. We could probably get away with some M3x6s here, but yeah, it could take a while. You could drop in after a while, but that's the quicker and easier way to do it is to double click down at the bottom. Yeah, the digital dragon title text. Yep. Yeah, you could refresh your window, or like I said, the little digital dragon title text underneath. You click it once and then click it again, and it never drops you out of the stream. Per se, you'll still see the stream the whole time, but it does bring you fully into my stream from a metrics perspective. So we've mounted our octopus board. Thank you, Philinux. And we need to do the same thing for our Raspberry Pi board. We're going to use M2.5x6. Oh, I hate these. 2.5x6. And with the 2.5s, I need to grab my iFixit kit because I broke the tip on my 1.5 driver. So whenever I do these small screws, I do have to pop over here and use one of my iFixit drivers. I think is this one. Nope. There we go. Okay, and it wants the network stuff away from the fan towards the SSR. We're just going to put this in place and screw this down. Can't really see that, I just noticed. Yeah, so this is an extremely complete kit. I did get this kit through Fabrico. We did come to an amicable agreement on the cost for this. So thank you, Fabrico, for helping me out to bring this to the channel. Like I said, the kit is extremely complete. It's got all the printed parts come with the kit. They are all ABS, of course, in RatRig black and green. If you want to reprint the parts, they're all out there. You can go and reprint the parts and change your color scheme up. What else? The Big Tree Tech board, all the electronics are there. The Raspberry Pi does say it comes in the kit. It did not. There was no Raspberry Pi. This is my Raspberry Pi 4. And I did not have an IEC outlet or inlet, meaning the power inlet is missing. Now, I do know that there was an issue, well documented on the Discord, that the 400 and 500 size kits did not come with the 15 amp rated outlets. So they were trying to do a swap, and all of the 300 kits, they were just going to, across the board, swap it out for 15 amps as well. But this did not come with a socket at all. So I need to let Fabrico know that as well, so that he can go back to the RatRig folks. I'll procure a socket. I have a socket, but it doesn't have the mounting screw bosses for this one. This is more of a press fit in one, and it's only a 10 amp. So I need to see if I've got one. If not, I'll get one real fast. Can you 3D print one somehow? I could, but I would need to then have all the metal bits to put in place. Thanks for the lurk, Westery One. I hope you're doing okay, sis. I need to ping you and chat with you a little bit. Check on you. What's up next? Next, we're going to be installing the fans on the backside over here. So we do have the fans. They're GD Stein fans. So we're going to need the fans. We've got, where were the grills at? We put this up so I don't knock it over and then make a mess. Hey, Zombie, are you still here? Or did you go into lurk mode? Put that up, get it out of the way. I need to look in here for the grills. No grills, no grills. Where are the grills at? Oh. Grills are right there. Once again, black on black, hard to see. So we got that, and we're going to use the self-tapping. There we go. The special self-tapping fan screws. If you've ever done any PC builds, this is standard stuff. Okay, are you back home or are you still over with your family? So we got our 3 fans, our grills, and stuff like that. We're going to install the 3 fans and ensure the wires are located where the arrows point. So this fan, the should be on the bottom left side. Going in or out? You'll be pulling fresh air in from the outside, which, once again, we've got our little arrows there that shows us the direction of the airflow. So the air is coming in this way towards the sticker, and it wants the lower left. Okay, I'll put this down, coming out the lower bottom, I guess. I don't know, I don't care. I'm going to actually go with just have it coming out the left side like that. And I'm going to pick this up because what we're going to need to do is we're going to go through a grill and we're going to use our special screws here, the self-tapping screws, and we're going to go through the grill and into the fan. Which it'll bite in and thread into the fan itself. So we'll kind of get that lined up by eyeballing it. And these are normally, yep, Phillips head screws. Grab our Phillips head screwdriver. start to get these put in. Be careful, you don't want to, I mean, these are pretty coarse thread. You don't want to blow out the, blow out the fan, because you can strip it or crack the fan housing. So, okay, sounds good. Hopefully everything's well at the farm. Okay, so the one fan cable is going out this way. The one in the middle, it says it wants it to be going downward. Okay, so we'll grab this one and we'll set it up so that the fan is going straight down. And we'll put a grill up there. We've got a few more of our screws available to us. So, Scott, Edge of 3D, are you going to be going to 3D Printopia? And if so, are we going to be doing drag races at 3D Printopia? And if you posted somewhere, I'm sorry, it's into quarter and into fiscal year at work, and it's just all stupid crazy. Okay, so you are going to 3D Printopia. You don't know about the drag racers. Okay. All right, so once again, we'll get our grill set up. Get our wires going. Once again, the wires going out this way on this fan. By the way, Scott, who has the, do you know who has the RatRig from Rocky Mountain? Because I know you took it back with you initially, and I think you still have the mill, right? You've got two mills now. You got the RatRig one and the Milo. Okay, so we've got our three fans in. One wire going to the left, one wire going to the right, and one wire down, relatively speaking. Because it shows it as the right top. The only way these are getting there is if they were facing the other way. So makes no sense there, but gotcha. That's where we're at now. Now on the inside, we're going to install a splitter, and we're going to use a pair of M8 self-tapping screws. And once again, these are Phillips head, and it's going to go across the two top holes there. Let me put this in there and then I'll show you. All right, sounds good, Scott. Burgers on the grill, that sounds like a good reason to jump offline. Matters which way, but we'll do it that way. quite honestly, this probably would have been easier to install these and then mount the board. So just an order of operations thing. Because this way, you know, you're having to watch out for your heat sinks. Okay. So that's what we were doing was we just installed that splitter across the two fans. And we've got all of our fans connected on the outside with the grills in place. Almost complete. The assembly should look like the picture. Take your time, double check the orientation of everything. Once again, our Big Tree Tech are power inlet outlets. So all our power's near the trough. Our motors are along the trough. Our Raspberry Pis over here with our connectors facing the SSR, and our power supply are sitting here with our mains voltage side in this corner. So that all is looking good so far. If you're assembling an enclosed machine, go to step 39, and we're going to start doing a panel assembly. Dang. Because that means I need to get this squared away. Hey, look, more heat set inserts. Okay, some of these I think are going to be used to actually mount the is going to be used to mount this, I should say, on there. Don't think I need this anymore. Take this and put it over there. Those aside. What I'm trying to do is I need to clean up slightly because we're going to need to probably put a printer up here. So I need to make sure that I've got things out of the way when I go to do that. And I'm going to take this and I'm just going to set it down here for the time being. These things will go there. These things will go there. So we've got the table cleaned off and we need panels. Hey Mayhem, how's it going? I'll be right back. The panels are downstairs. I didn't bring them up because I didn't want to bring them up here until I need them because, well, the last time I did that, I think I broke one or one was broken. So give me 1 second and I will be right back. Mute. Okay, panels. Let me get in here and see what we've got. I don't know what kind of panels are on here. I have a feeling that at least some part of it might be metal. It does have a note on here that says, do not clean with isopropyl alcohol or use Loctite near panels. Use Windex or Plexius. So make sure that you take care of your panels, and they will live long and you will not have any major issues. Okay. So panels from Mandala Roseworks. Enclosure side panels, Enclosure top cover, clear acrylic, electronics panel, black ACM, and Enclosure front door clear acrylic. So we'll be looking for the black ACM panel for this. Okay. Boom. All right, so that's out of the way now. And we're going to need to get in here. Yeah, we're not playing that. Okay. Well, he packaged things well because I've got saran, or whatever this wrap stuff is. And then we've got tape on the panels. So we'll be working on this for a couple of minutes, trying to get everything apart. Yeah, hopefully by the end of the night, we'll have, at the very least, the back panel on, and we'll start working on some wiring. And that will get us in a position where on Saturday, we should be able to finish up any wiring and start movement. Because I don't need all the panels on it to get movement. And in fact, I don't want all the panels on it before I have movement because it just gets in the way. Okay. Top panel, side panels. This is some pretty thick, these are like 3 or 4 mil thick panels here. He's got these taped together. Dang it. All right, there we go. All righty. So we've got our back panel. We're going to need this. And we're going to start by just removing our stuff here. And I'm going to mute this while I take this off. It's going to get loud. Okay, so this is an ACM panel. So it's got a thin skin of aluminum on each side of plastic. Kind of be careful as you're running your finger along here. You might catch a burr and slice yourself, so be careful. I just cut some of this. I cut some 1/4 inch for the black stack cart over there, and this looks like 6 mil, and this is some hefty stuff. Things kind of look symmetric until we get down here. So we're going to need this, the adhesive back foam tape, which I know is in the box here. The grommets, which I know I have. T-nuts and M6x12. We'll have that, like I said, over here in the box. So we just grab the rest of this stuff, which was the enclosure. It's got some M6x12s, but need more than that. Okay. So T-nuts and cap head screws. We're going to start by basically going around the outer perimeter and doing our M6 T-nuts and screws. Now we have to pay attention with the way that we're putting it through there. So the larger hole over here, right? There's a larger hole here at the bottom left. So our screw heads are going in this way with the T-nuts on the back side. So How's everybody doing? And I just got thinking. Yeah, I need the M6 washers as well. So make sure you put the washers on there. That's going to help spread the load out from these peanuts. So how's it going, Mayhem? Hope you're doing well. So what were you guys doing over on Polymaker tonight? Like I said, we're going to basically be going around the perimeter. Here's those. Put this around so I can do the other half. And I think there should be like one or two right in the middle. So for those of you that were here for the RatOS install and configuration, what did you guys think about that as compared to like what we normally do for our Vorons or Rooks or something else where we're using things like Kaya to go through and set things up? I personally thought it was a pretty darn slick install. Well, and that's the thing. Lab stations is it the newer version. Well, actually the 202, but even the release candidate actually supports more boards. So you've got all of the boards there, and you can select a 2.4 or a 0. What? A Prusa Mini, a Prusa Mark III of Boron 01 or a Boron 2.4. So, I mean, there's options there. Okay, insert M6 by 12 washers through the rear panel into the T-nuts. Double check the panel orientation. So it said to do, like there were 16, and I feel like we're short because 3 and 3 is 6. 10. I've got 14 in here now, and it had called for 16 T-nuts and 20 screws for whatever reason. "16 washers, 16 T-nuts, and 20 of the cap head screws." So I feel like we're missing something. And the grommets go in from the other side. So this is basically flipped over. This is the top side. This is the bottom side. The grommets are still in here. Four. So the two at the top. Two at the top. And the one right below that. And this one over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 grommets. This is what I'm going to look at. So we've got them all along the perimeter, and then there's 1, 2, 3 more spots where there should be nuts and bolts. 1, 2, and then 3. So we need to go ahead and get those in there. So we'll go ahead and grab a couple more of those. Probably wouldn't be far from a vCore 4 config wise. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. Either a vCore 4 or a 3, actually. You'd have to change some stuff on the tool head, but not too far off. Okay, so there was the one there. And then here. What's up, shenanigans? Okay. So once again, we got around the perimeter, here, 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 and then our 4 no. Oh, it's looking at it from the other side. Okay. Yeah. So we're good. We've got all of our thingamabobbers in. Now on our printer, we need to add sealing tape to the perimeter on the printer. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to lay the printer down on its side. I'm going to do the tape, and then we'll put the panel on while the printer's on the ground, because that's going to give me the easiest way to try and get all of my things, the T-nuts lined up in there. So once again, we're going to lay this down with the front of the printer on the ground. Make sure that our motor cables are dangling down. There's nothing hanging out the back or around the edge. What do I want to do here? You can kind of see I've just laid it down here. We need to put our foam tape, and we're going to put the foam tape on the inner edge, not the outer edge, but the inner edge according to the diagram there. And is all of this the same? Yes. This is all 1 mil thick tape. Yeah, 1 mil by 8 custom. Sure. Sure. Hey, Glendon, how's it going? Things are going well. So we've got most of our electronics box put together. We're getting ready to put the foam tape around the edge so that we can mount our back panel. And then once we've got our back panel mounted, we'll be able to, if I can do this without slicing myself open, we'll be able to install the electronics box to the back. Now it shows, like I said, just going around the perimeter on the inside. So we'll go ahead and get the backing started off on this. B. Picked a very bad time to trim my fingernails. There we go. So just take your time doing this. And just remember, kind of get an idea of, you want to go along the edge of your rail, go slow, and don't overlap the connection points of your extrusions, because if you ever have to take the extrusions off or take the printer somewhat apart to do any type of maintenance or reconfiguration, you don't want to have the tape going across the edges of the extrusions. And also don't like really pull on the edge of this as you're trying to lay it down. Just go softly. And by softly, I mean like, don't put an edge down. And then pull on it. You want to keep a light touch. And just, I use kind of my thumb to keep it aligned. And I'm going through with a very light touch with my finger to push the foam down on there. The 1mm foam, you're not going to compress that much anyhow. But if you're doing like a 3mm foam, it's very easy to really compress it down. And you're not going to be able to get a good seal with that. And I just keep working my way around the perimeter, trying not to knock things over in the process. What the heck am I doing there? It's kind of like, you know, peeling an apple or some piece of fruit. I like to see how long of the tail I can get going on here. With the backing tape. Okay. One last edge. Now it doesn't have us do anything on the inner perimeter, just the outer perimeter. If you had extra tape and you wanted to, I don't think there's any reason why adding additional tape here would be a bad thing. Once again, I don't think we're doing this to seal the chamber up. I think this is being used simply to help with vibrations and any potential noise from vibrating panels. So I did it all with one tail. And I will verify once again that it is just the perimeter. And just the perimeter. Any idea for the name of this piece? You know, I haven't thought of a name for this one yet. I have not thought of a name for this one yet. Next up, we're going to install the rear panel and tighten the screws around the panel to secure it to the frame. Do not over tighten because you can damage the acrylic. The big T-nuts that are going to be problematic are these 3 in the center. So we're going to try and keep those um, nice and not twisted. The others, if they twist, we'll be able to reach in from the side with our driver and just kind of massage them into the right direction. Most of these fell down in there. All right, they're all in there. I'm going to start in the middle ones here. I'm going to get the right size so it'll actually work. And so now I'm just going to work my way around the perimeter. Probably going to do like, kind of do the cardinal points and then fill in on the corners. Just like with any T-nut, you can normally tell if they've turned or if they've just cinched up in the slot. If you feel like they just cinched up in the slot, just unwind them some and go back at them. Okay. Rear panel is installed. And now next we're going to actually install the electronics panel onto the back. So the beast needs to come back up onto the table. So let's see if I can do this without a hernia. Felt like it rotated a little bit. Okay. And of course, this is how I'd want to pick it up, and I can't because I now have a panel there. Feet on. Of course, it's longer this direction. I make sure that I've got feet on the table or on the bench, and they're not on there very much. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the back of the printer. But I need to kind of do that for right now because we're going to try not to drop the printer. Okay. We need to install the electronics enclosure on the back here. So we're going to need some M6x12 cap head screws and some M6 nylon locking nuts. Four M6x12s. And there we go. 4 nylon locking nuts. And when this goes to mount, we're going to go through the enclosure, and we're going to be going through the panel and using locking nuts on the back. So what I'm going to try and do, get this up here. I'm going to do this far side one first because this one's going to be hard to get to because of the power supply. We're going to put that through there. Line that up. That wire out of the way. And we're going to get a locking nut on the back side of this. Seriously. How many tries do I have? Okay, there's one. And we're going to come down here and get this other one in. And get a locking nut started on that. Get this one in. And let me get that other one dug out. And the last one is going to be fun because right there. Now, a couple of things. One is they gave me silver lock nuts, so it's going to look like an eyesore against a black ACM panel. So that's part one. Part two is I need to tighten these against the ACM panel without scratching the crap out of said ACM panel. And yeah, Beefy Dragon. We'll keep thinking on that. And as we're tightening these up, we're not trying to, you know, ugga-dugga this down. We want them snug, but we have a thin aluminum piece sandwiched, or a plastic sandwiched between two thin pieces of aluminum. All three of those things can compress and give. So, I mean, if we really wanted to manhandle it, we could like squish it all the way through. You name it Master Splinter. Why Master Splinter, Rodney Mac? Yay, the electronics enclosure is installed and we're going to start working on wiring. Starting with prepare 3030 mounting parts. Oh wait, continue on to step 52. As the next steps cover the non-enclosed. Okay, so these would be if you were going to be mounting it to basically the frame. And we've got the enclosure. Here we go, 52. We need to start getting some wires prepped. All right, I really need like I need a smaller, and by smaller I mean a shorter bench, because she a beast. And the next few things I'll be doing, you may or may not be able to see what I'm actually doing as I get these. Well, I guess I'm going to get the bed out of there because really the bed isn't needed right now, right? It's just sitting in there. And I will flip over to the top-down camera. Hey, how's everybody doing? You're seeing the inside of the printer now. And we'll start, I don't know, maybe we'll do some wiring and we'll just do it right in here. That goes there. Full head, no. That's that. We need some of this wiring, so we'll have to prepare some wiring and then we'll install some wiring. So we'll prepare some wiring and install some wiring. And we're looking for fork connectors, which we have here. 4 red wires and 4 black wires at 270 millimeters in length. These are 4 red and 4 black. I'm going to assume that that's about 270 millimeters. Take a quick look. Yep, pretty darn close. Rippers, and we're going to need our crimpers. Okay. All right, so basically we're going to prepare all of these with crimps on either side, right? Yep. So this is 18 gauge. Just going to go through and strip all of them, and then we'll put the ends on them, crimp the ends on. But yeah, Beefy Mac kind of sounds pretty good. Beefy Dragon. Yeah, definitely for a 300 size printer, um, it's beefy, especially compared to the Vorons. It's definitely got a little more girth to her, but she's big boned, right? She's not fat. She's not overweight. She's a big bone. By the way, I was wrong. This is actually 16 gauge wire. It actually says it right there in front of me. I just didn't read it. Okay. Insulation ends out of the way. Now we'll go ahead and crimp on all of the end connectors. Come on now. And you do want to do a pull test on these to make sure that the ends seated and crimped well. I will check all of them at the end. Just because like I said, kind of assembly line thing right now. It'll be a little bit easier to do then. If I have any issues with a one-off, then I'll address it there. So folks, we will be getting into some other type of build stuff here soon. We've got to put together our chopper droid build and probably break out the DO droid and get him squared away. Darn it. I needed to swap out servos in his head, so I need to reprint a few parts and get him ready to go again. Because I need to reprint parts that'll mount for the beefier servos. And then, I don't know, I might have to get me another blaster build. Because that was pretty fun. That was a nice, fun one-stream build. The droids are normally a little bit longer of a build. You know, they're going to be a couple, 3 streams. Especially once you start getting into the, you know, you got to wire stuff, you got to do the Arduino programming and stuff like that. So it takes a little bit longer to get all that up and done and running. Especially since you're basically wiring and building it at the same time. Where here it's like we build and then we get into wiring, so we can kind of settle into wiring. On a droid build, you're having to most likely solder, and then, well, you're going to do programming and then solder while you're building, and it's just a little more broken up, which get the solder stuff out, put the solder stuff away, get the solder stuff out again. And I know part of that's just I don't have a huge like area to spread out in, so one day. Hope I didn't lose everybody. The Reaper tool head. I have not heard of the Reaper. Okay, so we've got our 4 wires done. Just going to check my crimps and make sure that they're all nice and tight. And that's an affirmative. Now what? Red wire with 2 fork terminals. Insert one end into the second slot number 2 on the board and tighten the screw. Okay, so we're going to come over here and we're going to install some of our cables. So this is the motor power. This is the one that they're going to have us connect first, and it's negative positive. So we'll grab a black and a red, and I'll change the camera for you. So on our shield here, it's negative, then positive. So we're going to go black on the left, then red. Give it a tug, make sure you got it in there well. Load up a red wire. Okay. Then we're going to bring these over and they're going to go in first one of the negative and the positive. Okay, it looks like there should be another set of these runs over here, and there's not. I guess it's because they're going to put the plate over it. So black is negative, so that's going to go to the negative. We're going to go into the red, is the positive. Okay. Now we're going to do next two. Once again, negative and positive. You know, and as we're moving left to right, I'm going to change this up. All of these are the same length, so I'm actually going to take them. So the first one's going to go all the way to the left, the next one's going to go in the middle, and then the third set will go all the way to the right. This seems to make more sense to my mind. Keep all of the wire lengths, because otherwise I may have a couple that are fairly well stretched, and then the next set's going to be, this set would be loose, and then the one down here is going to be like stretched. It makes no sense to me. Okay. Next here is going to go negative positive, so same thing as before. Get our negative terminal in there. I'll bring this over, and it's going to go into the second negative terminal. We'll come over here and we'll do the positive side. We're going to use some on this build. The part cooling fan, our 4028 fan, has a tack to it that we'll be attaching. Okay, so we got those two done. Then we're going to do two more, and we're going to do the last two here. Once again, we're still going all the way down through there. So we've got motor power, board power. This is bed power. So we're going negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. So that one's going to come over here and go onto the negative all the way on the right. Do the last positive here. And yeah, I've got some Honey Badger fans that have the extra wires, but I've never used them. I've never wired them up that way. And see how this last one is pretty tight. And this is going to the right one. They wanted me to bring this one all the way to the far side. So I think by doing that, we keep all of the wires pretty much equidistant for the most part. And then we're going to take a red wire with two forked terminals, one end to the 7th numbered slot on the board and tighten the screw. Insert the other end on the SSR positive terminal. Wow, so that's interesting that they're using this 16 gauge wire to trigger the SSR. Because you don't need it. I mean, this is going to be a low power to trigger this. You don't need this 16 gauge wire to do this, and this one is slightly different. So this one goes positive, negative on the bed out. So that's the positive. get the negative on here, and then okay. And these are going to come over, and the positive should be the top, negative should be the bottom. And I believe that is correct. Let me just, yes. So top, bottom, anywhere from 3 to 32 volt DC is what it's saying here. And that's what I'm saying is you don't need to go from there over to here and do it like that. In fact, a lot of times we won't even use the bed output. We'll use one of the heater outputs to come over and trigger this. But this is going to be the trigger side, and then this will be the mains voltage side. And once again, positive on the top, negative on the bottom. So negative. And positive. And we'll have little top printed closure pieces. And so we'll just route this around and down here and put little closure tops on them. So we'll do something along the lines like that. I think now they want us to double check all of the connections. So negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, positive, negative. So everything looks good. Next, we're going to work on the cooling fans. And we'll have a 2-pin JST cable. Let me see what I got here. Could be 2-pin JST to JST. Little short patch cable. Right here. And the way it looks is kind of fan order. This fan will come down into there. Middle fan, pop up into the middle. This one's going to go into the top. And we do have zip tie slots down here, so we'll be cleaning this up and using some of these zip tie slots to kind of pull things down and hold them out of the way. The last thing we want is a wire to get into the fan. And then we're going to bring this into the one fan that we set for 24 volt, which is the third one up from the bottom. Once again, we'll be able to tie this one way or the other and get it up out of the way. We'll work on cleanup once we get there. And ensure the jumper is set to 24. Once again, that is the third terminal, and we do have the jumper set to 24. Next, we're going to prepare the Y end stop. Y end stop, that's in a different set of wires. Three motors, and these are 3-pin to 3-pin, right? 2-meter long, 3-pin to 3-pin. We're probably going to say this is 2 meters long because it's longer than the other one was. They zip tied these, so you got to be careful when you snip these zip ties open that you don't actually cut a wire. Because that would be bad to cut one of your wires. And see, yeah, we're gonna say that that's a 2-meter long cable. It's going to get plugged into the Y end stop, which is all the way up at the front. Could be red, black, white. Oh yeah, and make sure these are the wires on there are reversed, so make sure you plug the right end in because they're both 3-pin. So on the end stop side, we want it to go red, red, black, white with the little locking prongs up. And that will plug into the Y end stop, which is in the front of the printer. And then we're going to have these parts here that we're going to have to take off the raft. These pop right off the raft. They look like little pi symbols or the Tron things. Okay. So we're going to do some routing. Shows us all the wire clip, insert one end into the extrusion, rotate it until the other side clicks in place. Later in the guide, some wires will be routed inside the 3030 extrusion. These clips help retain the wires within the extrusion slots. Okay. Check your cables. Incorrect end stop wiring can damage your board. That is correct. Going to go into the Y end stop. And we're going to route this around. So it wants us to use 4 of the clips to hold it in place. And we're going to go around we're going to go around this extrusion here. Now what I don't see is, does it want me to go? Okay, yeah. So how we're going to do this is we're going to bring this cable kind of up right along this printed part, and it's going to go up into that channel just like that. You guys still can't see that, darn it. I'll say these clips work pretty decent, but when you clip them in, where they need to stay. If you go to move them, they will kind of drop back out. So basically, I'm going to space this. We're going to do 4 along the length of this extrusion. Okay. Goes around the back of that motor. It also means it needs to go around the back of the ETFE tube. That it's going to run along here, but there's going to be other wires that will go there, and it's going to go in through the grommet right here. So let's see if we can't get the. Yep, goes through the grommet. Now back. Sounds like we're going to have plenty of room. Oh yeah. We can run this around, loop it up, do like 2 or 3 service loops. We've got a we've got a little bit of excess here, but I'm going to say this is most likely made to support a B300, 400, or 500. And with this being the smaller one, we're probably going to have plenty of excess cable. There's nothing that will stop me from cutting this shorter, which I may wind up doing down the road. Yeah, especially when it says come around through here, go up and around, and then go into the Y end stop over. So I'm like, yeah, this can be cut short, and I'm going to have plenty of excess wire. Gang, it's 10 o'clock, and I am most likely Go ahead and stick that in there for the time being. That's where it needs to go. Quite honestly, if we're talking, do that, come in, go around here, come back. I mean, that's all excess. That's all I need. Well, I am probably going to cut this and re-terminate it. And this is all excess. Like I said, this is most likely for a 500. It's the same kit, whether it's a 3 or 500, I'm assuming, as far as the lengths of these cables go. Only thing that makes sense. The next step, we'll start doing motors and stuff. We'll come back and work on, hey, KB3D Chris, how's it going? How is it going, my friend? So we've got our, let me see here. We've got our RatRig here. This is just the wire because there's no other place to work. I mean, this takes up my whole bench. In fact, it's basically sitting off the edge of the bench here, which is a little scary. We've wired in the DC wiring. The mains wiring is going to take a bit. I do need to reach out to Hector because it didn't come with the IEC outlet or the inlet. So I need to talk to Hector just to let him know, like, hey, not only did it not come with a Raspberry Pi, it didn't come with that outlet. So just be cognizant that you might be getting some complaints from people that are getting the kits. But other than that, everything's been going good. The build's going well. Everything is, so busy but good, exactly. Everything's going well. Give me a second to grab some of this. I'm going to put it back up because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it a night. Go spend some time with Mrs. Dragon. And tomorrow, or Saturday, we'll get back into this. What I'm noticing, Chris, on here is I don't know if these wires are just super duper long for some of these or not. So the YN stop wire, you're going to love this. So the YN stop wire is this. And it literally says, route it up in the channels, bring it in, and then it goes up, over, and plugs in. So from my fingers down is all excess. So the only thing I can think of is these wires support whether it's a 300, 400, or 500. So I'm going to wind up cutting that down some and re-terminating. And I'm afraid I might have to do that for a bunch of the wires, like the motor wires. And so that's why I'm thinking we'll work on that on Saturday because quite honestly, 10 o'clock at night is not where I want to start coming in and working on crimps. I mean, they're all JSTs, but still. I mean, because the motors have, the motors are standard motor wire bundles, but even still, I'm thinking these are going to be long. We'll have to see. But yeah. So Chris, you haven't sent my package yet, have you? Because my question is going to be, all right, no problem. My question is going to be, where are we at here? Where are we at? Come on. Ah. Do you happen to have one of these 15 amp inlets with the little wings on the side? 10 amp will most likely do because this is a 300, but I know the 4 and 500s, they were going to go to 15 amps and they were talking about sending everybody the 15 amp ones. I did not get a power inlet. I think I might have one of these, but yeah, if you have one in that style and can throw it in the box, I would highly, highly, highly appreciate it, my friend. And if you can't find it, no worries. I'll pick something else up. And then this beast is in the way and I don't necessarily want to pop it down. So let me see if I can get this camera around the corner. Yeah, I can. So camera. Huh? See that over there in the corner? So I got the top plate on, and Eel Diesel's going to come over tomorrow, and I'm going to move Milo out of the way, and we're going to bring Black Box up here and get it set up on its cart. The Black Stack's going to have its cart. And the sides, I think I'll have sheets to do the back and one side, and I'll have to do the other. I'll have to buy some more sheet to get the other side done, because I wasn't going to buy like, some huge ass sheet. I was trying to get smaller sheets, but I may have to just bite the bullet, get a larger sheet that I cut down myself. It really wasn't that hard on the table saw. And then Milo just needs to go out to the shed because that's the only place I got a 20-watt outlet right now. So I gotta make a spot for it in the shed. But yep. So that's kind of where we're at. I'll re-terminate this off stream because I'm not gonna have. I don't mind having a little bit, but that's excessive. And then what I may do is pull the motor wires around, and if I'm going to have to cut those down, I'll cut those down and possibly re-terminate them off stream, just because it'll be easier to just sit here and do it right here at the end of the bench, off stream, so it's ready to go, so we can start getting some stuff. We did go through and do the RatOS install, so we do have RatOS installed. And yeah, I mean, we're booking right along. We're doing good. We're doing good. We've got a little bit left to go. We see, sorry about, I don't have the dust scroll up there. DC wiring, we got the Y end stop. We'll do the motors. Z-stepper motor preparation, that'll be great because we'll have to set it down on its side to do that, to get the Z motors run. Because all of those are up underneath the machine. We got to run our little clips and stuff through there. Cable up the Raspberry Pi. And then it's toolhead wiring after that. So the nice thing here, Chris, is it uses an EBB 42 for the toolhead board. Let me swap views again. Yeah. So we've got an EBB 42 here. We're going to provide power via the CAN connector and then do USB-C back. So it's all done via USB for this as well as the beacon. So there's a beacon H underneath here as well. So I'll have, you know, the two USB connectors that come back when we ride with the piano wire in a wire loom, and the 2-wire for the Molex here. So all I'll need to do is I'll have to dismount a couple of things here to add the filament runout sensor. And I believe I should be able to run that into the 5-pin connector over here. And I'm interested because the RatOS, was it 210 RC2, actually has configs for the Orbital board. So I wonder, because I know the Orbital has a strain relief kind of thing. So I don't know. It's either going to go on this or it's going to go on. A filament sensor will go on this regardless, but the Orbital may go on one of the 0Gs. Or I guess I could put it on a Rook 2020, but it'd probably look better on a 0G. Replace one of the EBB 36s. But yeah, so far everything's going good. Yeah, the Orbital looks really, really good. And like I said, I'm pretty impressed so far with what I've seen of the RatOS stuff. So yeah, I mean, that's looking pretty cool. But I'm going to go ahead and get a raid out going here. I think I saw Creatix Brit. I don't know if Jano's out there doing marble races yet. A little after 10, so he might be. Who else do we have out there? Chris Pearl and Maker Deck. Okay, Adrian playing a game. Mayhem's just printing. Brit's out there. Doug Shell, Stephen Poole. Oh, Mitch is over there doing his positron build. Working positron? Okay, it looks like he's doing configuring of his positron. Now let's head over and surprise Mitch. Because eventually, yeah, Big Jano's on. He's somewhere in the middle of his marble races. I want to go over and check out Mitch as he's working on his positron build. I do plan at, I am waiting on a positron to come in as well, so that will be a build down the road. So thank you everybody for being here. I'm going to try and do this again because there's no way you're going to get me from the main one right now. But thank you everybody for being here and spending your evening with me. We'll come back on Saturday. We'll continue to do the wiring. I will figure out the IEC outlet one way or the other to keep us going. But thank you everybody for being here. And I hope to see you guys Saturday morning. And hopefully we'll get this moving, hopefully Saturday. Thanks a lot, everybody. Have a great night. And come with me and hang out with Mitch. And, maybe throw up a couple of different streams and have up Jano there and do some marble racing as well. Take it easy, Chris. That going. And we're rated out. Thanks, everybody.